Hello! What's up, Claudius? Claudius, how are you doing? We're getting started today. Doing some chess puzzles, playing some games. Let me know if you want to play. As always, ask about the thing. If there's something on your mind, or if you have a question about anything, if you're wondering what the heck is going on stream, what the fuck is going on stream? Yeah, we don't tiptoe around things over here. We say the word fuck. Okay. Okay. If there's ever something that you're wondering about, don't keep it to yourself. Ask about it. That's how we get ahead in life, honestly. I mean, that's how we get anything done. Not really necessarily ahead. That's how we move forward in life. I think there's a difference. It's really important that we understand that going forward doesn't necessarily mean that you reach your goals. It just means that you're moving forward towards your goals, which is the only way to achieve the goals. So you have to do it. It's not a matter of whether you should or shouldn't move forward. You just have to. Your body does it with or without you. So you may as well go with it rather than against it. I've been trying to process a lot of stuff lately. Kind of brainstorming some ideas for a new video essay. Basically kind of just keeping them in the back of my mind today. Not really making content today, so kind of thinking about it and kind of bullet points. I want to make a video about trauma. Not specifically like what trauma it is, but the effect that trauma has on us. And it doesn't matter what trauma it is. And there's multiple forms of trauma. And sometimes trauma is induced by, not being a victim. You are a victim, and also sometimes you're the person who caused someone's trauma. And all of us have both of those. But I think the big point is how shame is the thing that really sticks with us. Not the trauma. After we deal with trauma, we can deal with so many things that totally would crumble people who haven't had other trauma. It's not about the trauma itself. It's how the trauma is internalized. And this is obviously, it's always worse if you're a victim, and I have been a victim. I don't ever want to get into the specifics of my trauma because, there's so many things, and I don't want anybody feeling like they have to share or anything like that. If it helps you process, then that's the case. But if there's other people involved, especially for the privacy of people that you've affected, and also people who have affected you, because you are a victim and you are also not a victim. You're also the opposite of a victim, whatever that is. I don't think villain is the answer. I think people who cause trauma have a different form of trauma themselves. And it's very complicated because usually people who inflict trauma on others were a victim at some point too. What is my rating and favorite opening? So my rating over the board is still provisional. In fact, I believe I completely lost my UCSF account. So I made a new one, and I'm going to have to get a new account. And so I'm going to have to get a completely new membership. I had only 8 games done over the board anyway, so it's like I have to start over anyway. And when I get back into over the board, I'm going to be playing it's only going to be in the condition that I can regularly play. So eventually I won't be provisional. But I would say I'm about 1600 or 1700 over the board. I would say pushing 1800 over the board, because in over the board tournaments, there's a lot of psychological things at play that I've dealt with. And I don't have to I think there is a disadvantage that comes into play when you play over the board, because you have to deal with the psychological aspect of playing against a human who's right in front of you. And I can deal with that pretty well when it comes to what I determine to be simple things, such as playing chess against an opponent. Those are simple psychological things, in my opinion, because I've dealt with so much of this trauma that I've mentioned. And the trauma, a lot of it is not even based on the initial traumatizing event. Obviously, the events can be very traumatizing, especially for some people. But I think comparing trauma to others is not the path towards healing. I think the way that we move forward is we recognize that a lot of the trauma is stuff that we do to ourselves, even when we're victims. And sometimes, especially when we're victims. Because what we do is we feel so much shame surrounding the trauma that we don't really acknowledge that we are a victim. And we say that it's our fault, or that, like, we brought it upon ourselves, or anything like that. There's also the fact that over the board games are like 2 hours long, and there's a lot of people, especially lower rated, who will not use their time correctly. So if you use your time correctly, if you can play the psychological battle, I think, I would say that I would be about 1800. In fact, my very first over the board game was a draw against a 1600, like somewhere between 1600 1700 player. I've lost a lot of games. Like I've only won one game out of all of my 8 previous games. I feel like I'm a lot better of a player now. I feel like even though I'm provisional, I would have to play it like the lower section, the booster sections or whatever, which is usually a lot of like kind of lower rated players, unless they've been sandbagging like me. I didn't sandbag on purpose. Let me make that very clear. When I say sandbagging, what I mean is like not the literal like abusive sandbagging like some people do, where they purposely lose rating points just so they can make more prize money. That is fucked up, and I think it should be really frowned upon. It is, actually. It's abuse of the system in order to make money, and that ruins the integrity of the game. Defeat makes us stronger in the sense that if you learn from your defeats, and you could also learn from your victories, and it's very important that you look at your victories, because I think Gary Kasparov mentioned this, that if you don't learn from your victories, you're losing an opportunity to say, like, where did my opponent go wrong, and where could have my opponent actually turned the tides of the game? Because likely, if you won a game, it's because your opponent made a mistake. I mean, that's literally how you win. Because your opponent makes a mistake at some point, whether it's major or minor. Even if it's like a quarter of a tempo loss. Okay, like, if you don't look at your wins in the same kind of scrutinizing vision that you look at your losses, and especially your draws, you want to look at your draws to look for an opportunity where you could have turned it into a win. Or where your opponent could have turned it into a win and you would have lost. Because if you only say, oh, well, the result was a win, so why should I look at it? Well, it's like you don't know why you won. And I've been trying to practice, even playing bullet games. I'll look at the game afterwards for like when I made the first mistake. And usually in the bullet games, it's somewhere towards the end of the... somewhere in the opening, usually. In my more like rapid and classical games, the mistake is usually somewhere in the middle game, or I made a huge mistake in the end game. That's with classical games, especially over the board, you have so much more time to really think through your moves before you make them. Hey Ronak, my favorite opening. So my favorite opening is white. I play multiple openings, so I vary between the 4 major openings, which are the first moves at least: E4, D4, C4, and Knight F3. Those are the 4, basically the only 4 first moves that you should ever play as white. However, I do prefer playing E4 the best, because it gives you an opportunity to see what your opponent's playstyle is a little bit more. Because how they respond to E4 is going to tell you a lot about the opponent. And it's also going to mean that if you've trained your tactics, a lot of the E4 replies are more tactical in essence. So if you play E4, your opponent, like, if they play the Sicilian, you're gonna kind of know how they play a little bit more. or if they play the French, or if they play the modern defense, or if they play the open game, or the center game, or if they play Scandinavian. If your opponent plays Scandinavian, you definitely know what kind of player they are. You never played classical? Yeah, correspondence, those daily matches on chess.com or on Lichess. Correspondence games are something that I actually need to really focus on doing more and playing them properly. There's two different ways you can, well, there's three, but like, obviously if you just want to have fun, that's one thing. If you just want to play and you see your opponents online, you just want to play as if it's a blitz game, whatever. That's one thing. If you really want to play correspondence games properly, there's different rules around correspondence. You're not allowed to use a chess engine or an endgame table base. And obviously, even if they don't check for these on the website, you know what you did. So, you need to have this like personal integrity, even if nobody's watching. I think that's the best way to go about it. What you need to do is you need to play the game by spending you have like 3 days a move. And obviously some moves are going to be like, there's only one move. And you want to make sure that you've double, triple, quadruple checked that, of course. Especially early in the opening, if you've already made some decisions about what opening you want to play, then you can kind of like take a little bit less time. However, if you have 3 days a move or 7 days a move, you really want to just be looking at it as if it's the morning newspaper, as if it's your morning Sudoku. And this is something I really need to practice doing. This is one of my weak points. Because I get really impatient. So what you want to do is you kind of want to look at it for like, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there throughout the day. And just kind of look at it and then put it away. Kind of look at it very casually and sometimes look at it very intently. But what you can also do is this is where you can use your opening database. That's, from what I know, is not against the rules. In fact, it's encouraged by some titled players on chess.com last time I checked. Danny Dubov? No, I don't. There's a lot of names I don't know. There's some names I know, some names I don't know. And you could also, use your you can use your opening database. This is where you can study openings. This is where you want to look at it because you're going to have 3 days a move or more. So you want to spend the time each day kind of looking at the ideas of the opening that you're playing. And saying like, okay, what are the likely replies? Because you have the luxury of time. And because it's correspondence rather than over the board or rather than a live game online, you are allowed to move the pieces around. And you are allowed to like try different ideas out. Because that's what it's for. You can actually move stuff around and see how things go. Streaming music? I do not play anything from rainwave.cc, the OC Remix channel, the Game channel, and the Chiptunes channel. So right now I'm playing the OC Remix channel. If you wanna vote for what song plays next, you can go to rainwave.cc/OC Remix, and you can actually, if you can figure it out. I can't always figure out how to do it. It's not as intuitive as it should be. You can vote for the next track that plays, but more or less, I'm in charge of the music, and I do take suggestions as far as stuff I listen to off stream. So make sure to share whatever music you want me to listen to, but I won't play it on stream. So know that. Yeah, you want to look at the idea and the plans and the common tactics. And this is how you should be playing correspondence games. You should be spending every single day, just here and there throughout the day, just looking at the position, maybe moving pieces around, looking at the potential like forks in the road over what like can possibly happen. You can write stuff down, write notes to yourself, write down your thought process, take a break and come back to it. Like maybe 5 minutes here, like while you're waiting for the bus. And then, you just wait. And then like maybe during your lunch break, you kind of look at the position. You can get one of these little things. Looks like a little checkbook. But what it is it's a little pocket chessboard. It's a little magnet pocket chessboard. And you could set up a position. And I've been practicing by looking at a position from one of my previous games. This one was actually back in February. And I did analysis on Skid versus PC using Stockfish. The developmental version. And I did an analysis, and what it does is it picks certain positions where either side made a mistake, like an outright, like, like a whole piece, or, like maybe like a pawn to a piece mistake. Like plus or minus 1.0 or above. And what it does is it marks that on the PGN. And what you do is you go into training and play next move, and it'll load the positions starting from your database. And I made a database of my own games on chess.com and on Lichess. But that's from a game on chess.com that I played back in February. And it's a position, interestingly enough, I had the exact same position in a recent game on Lichess. But what you can do is you just look at it and don't rush it. Just look at the position for a couple minutes throughout the day and just kind of think about it, but don't make the move. Don't just kind of look at it and kind of see what the potential candidate moves are. Look at the potential tactics. I'm not even for this, I'm just looking at it. I'm using my board visualization, which brings me to the second way to study over the board. And you can also do this in addition to doing it the other way. The other way to study correspondence games is to play them as if you're over the board without moving the pieces at all. But every time you sit down to study it, you sit down, you set up the position, and you just use your mind. You want to set it up on a real board, a tournament size board with weighted pieces, so that if you're outside, they don't fly around, etc. You want to put yourself in the over the board tournament kind of mindset where you're not going to be able to move the pieces around. You're not going to be able to look at the opening. So in these games, maybe you have 2 or 3 games going on at once in your daily games, in your correspondence games. So maybe one of those games should be over the board practice, where you look at it for 40 minutes a day or something like that. You look at it for an hour a day and you just study the position, looking at all the possible things that you would normally look at as if you were over the board, and without moving the pieces around, without looking at an opening database. And yeah, it's obviously never going to be the same as over the board, because after you're done and you put it away, you're going to be doing things other than that, and and try to do a different opening than you're playing in your other games, and try not to play that opening in your live games. If you're really disciplined, this can be a really good way to train an over the board mindset. Yeah, thank you so much, Claudius. I don't know what Goka means. Gokal? Goka? Is that Lithuanian or Romanian or Russian? Or I don't know what the different languages are that use Cyrillic. Goka? Oh, Poka. It's Russian. It means bye. Okay, that makes sense. Paka. Yeah, a lot of people are kind of xenophobic against Russian people. I think this mindset needs to end. A lot of people are xenophobic against Chinese people as well, because I think you need to understand that the Russian people and the Chinese people are deeply affected in a very direct way from their government. So you should actually have a lot more sympathy and empathy for the Russian people and for the Chinese people, because Chinese culture, I don't know so much about Russian culture, but I've studied a lot of Chinese, like Mandarin language and Chinese writing, and a lot about Chinese culture and Japanese culture as well. I do want to study Korean, although what I've been doing is I've actually been trying to study more Spanish, because I do live in California and I live in an area where there's a lot of Spanish speakers, and it's a very useful language for me to know that I've studied before, but I never really became fluent in it. And so what I've been doing is I've been watching chess commentary on like the chess.com ES channel on YouTube. And maybe even try to go into some live streams of even not just chess, but any game really. Go into some live streamers who are streaming in Spanish. I think that's a good way to practice language listening. And also it's a good way to practice not trying to be interactive in chat, which is one of the things I'm personally trying to work on. Because I get really not parasocial, but I kind of get a little parasocial where I feel like I'm interacting with the streamer, and it makes me feel like a big rush when I know that a streamer recognizes me and calls attention to me. I think that's normal human nature. I think when people talk about parasocial as a problem, I think what they're talking about are the people who are absolute fanatics, who are like, their profile picture is the streamer. Everything they do is like about the streamer. They're always talking about the streamer. They're like everything about their entire life is revolved around the streamer. Like I think that's really unhealthy. And like or the other kind of parasocial parasite, which is thinking that the person is your friend or a dating prospect. Those are really, really bad. And if you're and it's not that there's anything wrong with you. It's that's a really dangerous behavior. And you know, just think about it and try to deal with it, you know, hopefully in therapy with a trained licensed professional. I know there's a lot of stigma around mental health and around therapy, but it makes you a good person. It makes you a strong person for seeking out therapy. It makes you weak if you don't. It doesn't make you weak either. Like, I know people will think that it makes you weak if you don't go to therapy, or, you know, and vice versa. It doesn't make you weak. Like, if you can't have the strength right now to go seek therapy, that's okay. You have to work your way up to it. Not everybody's ready, and that's fine. But, you know, like, obviously not everybody is aware that they have a problem. I have problems that I'm probably not aware of. So, you know, I just try to be aware that there are things that I'm not aware of. And I think that's really important. But yeah, I'm sporting the Hikaru's Bong Cloud speedrun mug. You can't see it like that. Here. Oh, you can't see it like that either. I remember I got this, like, I think 2 years ago or 3 years ago or whatever. It's like the only merch that I've ever bought from a streamer. And it's probably not gonna be the last, because maybe when I'm more financially stable. I mean, I'm pretty financially stable right now. I'm just not very, the stability is on the low end. I'm actually very financially stable, because I have a monthly income from my permanent disability check. From SSI. However, like $500 a month is not something that is gonna, like, you know, change my life. So I'm working in the long term on something that is going to greatly greatly improve the quality of my life once I start really getting situated in it. It's gonna be really tough. And I am seeking resources and also alternative income generators. So I'm not stupid, and I don't live based on wishful thinking. I live based on reality and facts and information that I have access to, and obviously I don't have access to all information. But yeah, basically, I wanted to basically talk about, like, a video that I want to make about comparing, using as like kind of a loose framework. I want to use the story of Berserk, the manga / anime. Not so much of the details of it, but basically, like, you know, I want to make a video kind of utilizing the theme of Berserk. The actual theme of Berserk and Guts as a character is based on a very significant childhood trauma. A very specific child trauma. Involving child abuse. So there is a very specific trauma that shapes the entire story and character arc development of Guts. And anybody who, I think it's easy for people to kind of look at what's going on in Berserk and kind of just focus on that. But I think that's actually kind of how trauma works, is that we face all these disgustingly evil things in life, but nothing is as bad as the shame that we have for ourselves. As the shame that we feel from the trauma that initiated that shame. So it's like Guts faces all these demons, all these like literal demons, that are like murdering people and like all this kind of stuff, and there's blood and guts everywhere. He's got like this giant sword. He's always like killing all these monsters. But that's nothing compared to the shame that he feels inside. And I basically want to make a whole video like kind of talking about how like we deal with trauma, although I have a lot of my own work to do in therapy still, and I'm reading a book on the exact topic, so I kind of want to process that over time, and then I want to write a video essay for that. Yeah, I like anime in the sense that like I don't really watch it anymore, but I did grow up on anime, so it's like I also grew up on video games, and I don't really play as many of the video games I used to play. I don't actually play too many video games to begin with. It's more of a nostalgia thing for me now. And it's just how, like, you know, sometimes it's like, sometimes you build habits that carry on to your adulthood that are very influenced by things that brought you up as a child. And I think that's also how trauma works. But it's like trauma, but like it's good trauma. Like, you know, it's like good memories of like playing Mega Man or like playing Mario. If you're really new to anime, what's a really good starter anime? Ranma 1/2. I think Ranma 1/2 is a very good starter anime. And it's a gender bending one too. In fact, I think it's like people like usually use Ranma as like a transgender allegory, but I think it's the opposite. I think it's an allegory for cisgender people. Because Ranma is a male. And even when he's in female form, he still sees himself as male. So I guess you could see that as an allegory for trans people, or like it's an allegory for both. Like it's an allegory that like in female form, he actually defines himself as male. So if it's trans male, like a trans male person, then that's like something that somebody could relate to, or an allegory for that. Or if it's like that you know, like I don't know, or for cisgender males, it's like if a man who's a cisgender male was forced to live life as a woman and look like a woman and have breasts and have body parts that are a woman, that person would feel very dysphoric. And which is kind of how Ranma feels, because he's very like upset about, you know, his reality is that him and his father fell into these like cursed springs, hot springs, while they were training for martial arts. And his dad fell in one which was cursed by a panda. Like basically there's some tragedy that happened, and they're all like cursed by like someone who died in them. And so if you fall into them, you're cursed by it, and whenever you're in it, whenever cold water touches your skin, it turns you into the person into that. So like his father turns into a panda every time he's hit with cold water, and he plays shogi with Akane's father. I forgot their last name. But then Ranma fell in a cursed hot spring of a girl, and so every time cold water hits on him, he turns into a girl. And it's called Ranma 1/2, or Ranma Nibun no Ichi. Ranma 1/2. Ranma. It's really good. It's funny. But it's also serious. It's like an episodic style martial arts anime. It's a really good anime, and it has a ton of episodes. I haven't even watched it all. But it's very episodic. It's made by Rumiko Takahashi, and I say it's a beginner anime, but it's actually kind of more. Rumiko Takahashi's writing style is really kind of out there. Like, not out there and like bizarre out there. Like, it's not like there's this anime called there's a couple of different anime that are just kind of weird. Like, there's JoJo's Bizarre Adventures kind of out there. There's X. Like, there's an anime by Clamp called X that is just really convoluted, and I have never understood it when I've watched the series or the movie. I have no idea what it's about. I've watched it several times, and every single time I've watched X, I have absolutely no fucking idea what the story is even about. I think that's the intention. It's basically, I think it's like a bunch of different, like, royal families that are in conflict or something like that. But it's like, it's so convoluted that it just doesn't even make any sense. There's another anime that was kind of weird called, like, Better Man. I don't know. There's some anime out there that are just so bizarre that they're just like, it's like an art form in and of itself. But I feel like Rumiko Takahashi is just a little bit, like, quirky. Urusei Yatsura was actually one of my first anime. In fact, it was my first anime in Japanese. Urusei Yatsura. It's also by the same creator of Ranma and Half. It's about a guy named Ataru Moroboshi. And he is... there's an alien who visits the Earth who's trying to take over the Earth. And out of every single person on the planet, they pick Ataru, the, like, absolute idiot, moron, stupid, like, lecherous, like, most lecherous boy, like, high school boy on the fucking Earth. And he's picked as the champion of Earth to prevent them from enslaving the Earth. And in order to prevent that, he has to catch his daughter's horns. His daughter Lum, who's kind of like Pikachu, but she has like an electric shock thing, and basically he has to catch her and touch her horns, and he does so in a very perverted way, but I'm not going to spoil that. But then what happens is he grabs her horns, and then he has to marry her. And so from then on, it's an episodic anime where every single episode is very different. It's very silly. It's very rooted in, like, Japanese, like, inside jokes. Like, it's very culturally rooted in, like, Japanese stuff. So most people will probably not really understand the humor of it, but it's still pretty good on its own. And the anime there's lots of notes online. When we got the DVDs, they came with little cards that, like, talked about the little jokes, and the subtitles kind of explained, like, a few of the more contextual jokes. But basically the whole story is that he's married to Lum, but he's, like, a lecher, and he's, like, polyamorous. And also he's his girlfriend is like, he has a girlfriend, but she's always, like, her name's Shinobu, which means patience, but she's anything but patient. She's always beating him up. He's been abused so many times. Everybody knows who he is. He's never apologized for who he is. He knows that he's, like, a pervert, and he's very open about it. And he's like, but he obviously invades people's boundaries. He tries to, like, grab people's breasts and stuff. It's very, if it were real life, he would be, like, in prison. But it's an anime. It's different, okay? But basically, like, he's married to Lum. Shinobu's his girlfriend. But then I guess, like, she's no longer his girlfriend after that. And then she, like, I don't know, she dates some guy named Mendo, and Mendo means annoying, and he's kind of like Ataru's rival. And there's all these different characters that get introduced. It's really kind of funny. But, like, it's just really funny because Lum is extremely controlling over him. She doesn't want any other woman to be with him. But he's, like, polyamorous. Like, he like, I mean, he doesn't talk about that in the anime, but I mean, that's literally, he is not tied down to anybody, but he's forced to be married to this woman because she's an alien, and, like, her father is like the emperor or whatever of their planet. Like, and like, he's gonna take over the planet if he like isn't married to her. Like, it's really kind of abusive. Um, but she's very abusive too, because anytime he's like even like thinking about other women, she just she pulls a Pikachu on him and electrocutes him. He's been taking Ataru's taken probably more abuse than any other anime character out there. A lot of the times he deserves it, but I don't, you know, obviously it's an anime. They have superpowers. You know, it's all a cartoon, okay? Just like relax. It would probably be canceled in today's Western world. But I don't know. Japanese anime culture is a little bit different. Things that fly over there don't really fly here as much. It is a strange storyline. Rumiko Takahashi, she's written a lot of like kind of strange stories. Now she's written kind of some more like kind of tame ones. There's one called Meison and Koku, which is about a boarding house. And then she's written like a kind of one-shots and stuff like that. Another one that is really good is Key, the Metal Idol. That one is one of my first. And Urusei Yatsura means those annoying or those obnoxious aliens. Basically, it loosely translates because urusei is like urusei, like urusai, like means shut up. It's very rude. And then yatsu, like kono yatsu, like, you know, like that, like it's like a, you know, it's an indicator of something. So like urusei yatsura, like usei means like an alien, like planet, like so like urusei yatsura, like it's a play on words, kind of thing. But Key the Metal Idol is about a girl who was kind of like, I don't want to spoil too much of the story, but the main like kind of blurb, like what it's like, you know, what the trailer would tell you is it's about a girl it's like a Pinocchio story. She is like, Key is this like, you know, like 12-year-old girl or something like that who's like a robot, and she is trying to make 10,000 friends. She goes to Tokyo to try to make 10,000 friends in order to become a real girl. And it's a really convoluted story. You'd have to watch it. There's like 26 episodes. It's really good. I don't want to spoil it. There's so many details. But it's really good. Like, it's a very existential type of story. It's basically a lot about like what really is like a friend, like what really is like, what are the things that actually make us who we are, all that kind of stuff. There's another one called Perfect Blue. It's one of the first anime I've ever watched. There's a lot of really mature, these are all, Key the Metal Idol and Perfect Blue are very mature rated, but I watched them when I was like 10, like 9 or 10 years old or something like that. So I watched a lot of really mature movies when I was a kid. I had a lot of, and this is kind of what I'm talking about, trauma. I had a lot of boundaries. I don't want to get into a lot of details. But I had a lot, but needless to say, like the moral of the story, the big centerpiece of my trauma is that I had all my boundaries, like kind of pushed, and a lot of inappropriate things were pushed on me, at a very early age. And so like, basically, like, I watched a lot of mature movies. You know, these are one of the things that I will share. These are normal. A lot of people kind of experience this. A lot of R-rated movies, movies about like murder and sex and all that kind of stuff. I watched a lot of those at an early age, and I don't know. I thought they were really good. I thought it was like really cool. That I felt like I was like exposed to like more mature things. And it's like, it's always this idea that like, because I saw these rated R movies, that makes me an adult. Like, no, it's just rated R. Yeah, same for a lot of people. That's why I'm not saying this is the trauma. I'm just saying that's kind of why this is not as big as a deal, is because a lot of trauma can kind of desensitize us to a lot of things. And some trauma, I think I've dissociated so much from that I don't even think I remember it at all. But I don't want to talk about that because that's what therapy's for. And I don't know, there's some things that I probably will never remember. They're probably so blanked out. And this might be a root of gender dysphoria, by the way. Because I believe, and I don't know all the research on gender dysphoria. I have researched it a lot, and I also lived through it, so I know my own experience. But what I understand gender dysphoria to be is it's in a family of dissociative disorders. And dissociative disorders are usually your brain's very good at coping with things in order to survive. And so it adapts in order to actually be able to survive so that you can actually function and survive, especially into adulthood. But that doesn't mean that it's good. It doesn't mean that it's healthy. But it means it does adapt. It doesn't make, it does, practice doesn't make perfect. Practice makes permanent. So what my brain, I believe gender dysphoria, and obviously none of this should be like seen as like a determining factor for refusing to treat gender dysphoria with surgery, with hormone therapy and surgeries, if those are what's required, which the patient usually dictates that, and then the medical professionals help facilitate that in a safe way, in a clinically approved way. So like that, none of this to say that just because it's a dissociative disorder doesn't mean that you need to not deal with it with surgery. Like my surgery, and in fact, I think that compared to other dissociative disorders, such as dissociative identity disorder, I think the kind of upside to it is that even though it's very traumatic because it's related to something that literally can't be changed without hormone therapy and without surgeries, it literally can't. It can't be changed at all. And trying to force people to just deal with it in therapy has already been practiced for decades and decades and decades. In fact, for thousands of years, people were just forced to just deal with it. And obviously people can probably survive. A lot of people didn't survive, unfortunately, through suicide and such. But needless to say, we have a treatment. And it's compared to other dissociative disorders, we literally have the luxury of being able to treat it with a very physical plan of just getting hormones in our body and transitioning socially and having surgeries if that's needed. So I actually feel like even though it's very debilitating, it has a very clear-cut path forward for some of us. For others, it's not as clear-cut. But what I understand dissociative disorders to be is the reason that we have these dissociative disorders is because our brain is trying to survive from a very traumatic event, usually on early childhood. But the reason sometimes there might be chemical reasons, but I'm not a doctor or a researcher. But the way I understand them is that they usually either are like further accelerated or even exist in the first place because your mind needs to detach yourself from that former identity, because if you had to face that identity, you'd have to face all the reasons, all that trauma. You'd have to face the reality. And your brain is really good at surviving. And it feels really uncomfortable to deal with those realities in therapy, which is why it's important to have a very trained psychiatrist and psychologist, a trained therapist, a licensed therapist, because a therapist is going to be able to know how to work through you, especially if they've been trained specifically in that kind of trauma. And some trauma is very complex. Some of it's very straightforward. Some of it's a combination of multiple traumas. So I feel like, at least for gender dysphoria as a dissociation, I don't think it's this case for all transgender people. So I think I need to differentiate between gender dysphoria and being transgender, because there are people who are transgender, but they don't have the same, like a severe gender dysphoria the way I do. And my gender dysphoria is not only involved in gender identity, it's also involved in a dissociative identity. I don't usually stream daily. I try to stream early in the morning, on Tuesdays and Thursdays and Fridays through Sunday. Like I usually, like if I stream, I'll either do a super lazy stream with no cam, where I don't really want to talk at all. I just want to like work on stuff, and I just want to record it, just for having a record and also just a space to talk about stuff. I usually stream early in the morning. I'm in California, so like, Pacific time, usually like probably around like 10 a.m. to like around this time. But on Mondays and Wednesdays, I do have responsibilities like throughout the week. Fridays I have therapy, so like there's gonna be times where I don't stream. I'm not really required to stream, so I'm not a professional streamer. And my the career path I'm pursuing has nothing to do with streaming. It's something completely different. And it's something, you know, because I want to get into pornography. So like that is something completely different. And streaming is more of a home base for me. This is something I would do. Obviously, I'm doing it now. It's something that even if I was making $1 million a month, I would, like, you know, I'm not saying that I could. I mean, why not? Why not? Why don't I have the potential to earn $1 million a month? I should have more confidence in myself. But let's say I was making $1 million a month, I would still show up to Twitch and YouTube and such. I would still stream, because I see it as a part of my life. And for all you know, I am making $1 million a month. But you know, I think people would know. I think Forbes would know. But you know what I mean? Like, that's obviously a ridiculous end of the scale. But I'm just saying it as a point. Like, I would still show up to stream because I see this as a part of my life. I don't see this as reliant on whether or not it's part of my professional life. I see it as a part of myself. And I use a lot of it just to kind of either distract myself from reality or to lean into reality. Those are the two modes that I have of streaming. Like right now, I'm kind of leaning into reality. I do believe I understand my own gender dysphoria, and I'm trying to come to terms with this. And like I said, at no point does this mean that I need to cancel my surgery. I'm like, that's happening. It's a very it needs to happen. Okay, in order to move completely past my past trauma. But it's not just because of trauma. There are multiple reasons, because gender dysphoria is very specific, and being transgender is very specific. And not everybody has the same kind of gender dysphoria. And obviously, not everybody has childhood trauma either. There are people who have depression and other kind of forms of mental illness and other kind of disorders. And there's people who have, who are transgender, who don't have as severe gender dysphoria as I do. They just want to live their lives, and part of that is like, they just need to be their gender. And for them, that means something different for some people. But, and maybe these people might identify more non-binary, or they might even identify as, like, for trans feminine people, for example, they might identify still as male and as a femboy. That might be the case. Some people have told me that I should just identify as a femboy, and I'm like, you don't know that's not how identity works. It's not based on what you look like. Like, trans feminine and trans masculine are just physical body types. Like, it has nothing to do with your gender identity. I identify as female, and if you identify as female, then you are female. That's how it works. Because whether you're cisgender or transgender, cisgender people identify as their gender all the time. Why not trans people? Like some people actually are, in a very toxic way, identify with their gender. Like, some people are like, oh, because I have a penis, that makes me more of a man, or something like that. Like some people identify very closely with their genitals in a way, and some people with their breasts, for example. There's women who define their womanhood by their breast size. There's men who define their manhood by their penis size. These are cisgender people who have, like, gender-related dysphoria. So it's like a thing. That's separate, though. I think my gender dysphoria has two different factors. There's that gender-related thing, and just needing to transition to match that, which is obviously, it's still very important, and it's very, it can be very debilitating. But there's also a trauma-induced dissociative element to it that makes it more of a dissociative disorder for me. And I want to talk to my therapist more about this. Obviously, labels don't particularly matter. It's what you do moving forward. And that's what we've been doing in therapy. But I do want to kind of discuss that more with my therapist about, like, I feel, and I'm becoming more and more terms with this, is that a lot of the reason why I've moved so much beyond my past self is because I don't want to be my past self anymore. It's why I changed my name. It's why I changed my gender marker. It's why I've started hormones and living as a woman and getting surgeries. Because I want to distance myself completely from my past self. Because that person, obviously I'm very aware of the things that I need to overcome. But this just needs to happen, and it helps. And it makes me happier. It makes me smile more. It makes me feel distress less often. It makes me feel like I can actually take control of my life. Whereas before, I was spiraling completely out of control. Probably would have ended with me like, I don't even want to think about where it would have ended up. It's so bad. That person is not who I am. And obviously I can't escape the reality of who I was, like, of my biological reality. Although I think it's really shitty to, use that against people. And to bring it up all the time. I think that's very abusive. There's no reason for that. It's like going up to and I don't like, I think it is kind of apt to compare it to cancer patients. It's like going up to a cancer patient, whether they're actively going through it or whether they've recovered from it, and like putting their nose in it, like saying like, oh yeah, but you had cancer, so you had this problem. Like it's like, it's a total dick move. They constantly remind me that I was assigned male at birth, right? And obviously there are contexts, and really the only place it should really be brought up is in a medical context. And even then, doctors are trained, hopefully. Not all doctors are trained this way. Unfortunately, there are problems in the medical community, in some places, but there are a lot of trained doctors who understand how to work with transgender patients, without harming them. But there are biological realities, and you do have to work with these as a doctor, with transgender patients. However, I think that the cases where you need to bring it up are very, very, very rare. In fact, my labs are looked at in the context of a female, because my lab work, even though it is on record that I was assigned male at birth, doctors are instructed to read my lab results as a female, because that's medically how it needs to be read. If you read my lab work with the idea that I'm male, my levels would be completely out of whack. But my levels are normal in female range, because that's how the body works. The body works mostly based on hormones, like estrogen, like testosterone, like insulin, like cortisol, like oxytocin, like all these different chemicals in our body that are called hormones that send messages to our different systems in our bodies that tell us to do certain things. And there are two main categories of biological hormone response. And it doesn't matter if you're assigned female or male. There's a couple different biological differences between those two, but as far as your body is concerned, the hormones are what matter. And just like with insulin, I'm diabetic and I don't have any beta cells in my pancreas. So I literally have to inject insulin because my body doesn't make it. So just like that, because I was assigned male at birth, instead of making my own estrogen, I just have to take it on a daily basis in a pill underneath my tongue. That's the only difference, besides the seemingly obvious biological differences. But you know what? Those things only matter in very, very, very rare medical contexts. And it's really frustrating that people attach so much meaning to something that only matters in a very few cases to doctors. It's nobody's business at all. And that's where a lot of the problems in society come from with trans people, is because people are just like mean to us for no reason. It's like being mean to a blind person because a blind person can't see, or it's like in the sense that like being mean to a trans woman because she doesn't have a womb. Like, oh, you don't have a womb, you're stupid. Like, okay, that's an asshole move. Like, geez. I have to take hormones the rest of my life, and and it's just like postmenopausal women. Postmenopausal women have to take hormone therapy for the rest of their life too. Or people with some certain. There's also cisgender women or intersex people who have to take hormones their entire life as well. The surgeries are one and done. I have one left, and that's going to be permanently done. I just have to do maintenance, and honestly, that's private. And I do talk about private stuff here on stream, but not like... It's something that doesn't really matter because most women... I mean, women who are born with vulvas and vaginas have to do maintenance too. So it's like, I have to do maintenance in a slightly different way. But it also involves cleaning, and I don't clean it. Here's some kind of medical information. When you have a neovagina, which is the vagina I'm going to have, you have to dilate it on a daily basis for the rest of your life, and it doesn't clean itself. So you have to douche every day. That's it. That's literally the only difference between a natal vagina and a neovagina. A natal vagina is obviously one you're born with. A natal vagina opens up into a womb, whereas a neovagina is kind of enclosed. But in the end of the day, the only person who could know a difference is a doctor, like a gynecologist. Would have to actually open you up with those, those metal things, and I do have to get exams, and also they examine my prostate that way as well. Which is kind of a plus, meaning I don't have to get rectal exams. So it's like because they have easier access to the prostate that way, which is where the pleasure comes from, which is why I'm looking really forward to it. I'm looking very, very, very forward to it. They access the they have to open you up with those metal things that are a lot of women either don't talk about because it's just kind of uncomfortable, to have someone literally prying you open and looking inside your vagina. Okay, they'd have to actually go in there to the deepest part and to actually know the difference. So anybody who says I would never fuck a trans person because I want a real vagina. It's like, bitch, you probably haven't even seen a real vagina. Let's be real. If a guy, usually I can tell right away, the kind of man the kind of guy a person is, just based on how they think about vaginas. Obviously, a good person, a person who's pretty, just a decent human being, won't bring that shit up. It's very private, and it's none of your business. Somebody's genitals is their own business, and if they choose to share it with you, you should feel honored. If a transgender person especially chooses to share with you the fact that they have a transgender vagina, you should feel respected that this person chose to share with you a very private piece of medical information. But it's none of your business. In fact, if you want to have sex with somebody, anybody who would claim that it's so-called rape or whatever to have sex with a trans person without them disclosing that they're trans, bitch, you were into it at the time. I didn't hear a no. Okay, so if you didn't say no at the time, why are you saying no now? And it's just some people are oh, I was attracted to this trans person, and then they got disgusted as soon as they found out the person was trans. Bitch, really? You saw this person at a bar, and you approached this person, and you were very attracted to this person. You were probably rock hard, okay? And then you find out, oh, this person has a penis, or this person used to have a penis. And you're now disgusted. Do you assume that it makes me think that these men think that they have a right to the information about all women's bodies, that they need to know about what a woman's vagina looks like. when they haven't even met yet. So honestly, it's a good filter. Being trans, obviously it's very lonely and there's a lot of unnecessary stigma that's in the world, but I think people will kind of educate themselves and kind of learn about that. But I really think it also acts as a filter, because you figure out really quick all the red flags, especially in men, but also in women. Let me be very clear, because there's some certain red flags I have in women about what they think about me. Okay? Like if somebody thinks that I'm not a real woman because I don't have a period, that's a red flag. Like, first of all, this tells me that this woman defines her womanhood by whether or not she can get pregnant. On whether or not men can get her pregnant. Like, that's kind of like, I don't say that as like a red flag so much, but I feel like that's a really toxic way of looking at your womanhood. I'm gonna be real. To think that like whether or not you have a womb makes you more or less of a woman, like that's ridiculous. Because there's some women who are intersex, or they're born with some kind of rare disease or something, a rare condition where they can't get pregnant or they can't have periods. And are you going to say those women aren't women? And there's some menopausal women who are like unable to, you know, they don't have periods and they don't have like it's just ridiculous. It's so personal and it's none of your business. Like it's just ridiculous. But honestly, I think it's absolutely nobody's business whatsoever whether or not I have a penis, and in the future after the surgery whether or not I used to have a penis. Like, that's absolutely nobody's business. If somebody wants to have sex with me, just to feel safe, I would make sure that they're aware that I used to have that my vagina used to be a penis. Before I even, like, you know, go home with that person, if that were the case. I'm very picky about men I sleep with, especially. But I'm picky with people I sleep with in general. And that goes for women as well. I'm very picky. Because I don't want to be put in danger, and psychological danger is a thing too. I'm very picky about women I sleep with and men I sleep with. I don't want to feel like my life's in danger, and I know from a reality that if men don't know you're trans and they find out, they might become violent. And unfortunately, that means I have to sacrifice my privacy. I kind of dealt with that in a way that most people never will and probably shouldn't, which is that I've been very public on the internet about my transgender status. However, I do not put a transgender flag on my social media. I don't think that's necessary. I think that's similar to having to put a Star of David on your arm because you're Jewish, which is what the Nazis did. And they also did that for gay people and trans people. And I think once people start to realize that the kind of shit that's going on with trans people is exactly what the Nazis did. In fact, they started with trans people as well. They burned down all the important research that was happening in 1933. There was a gender clinic that was really making some progress on research around gender, especially transgender medicine. And also, that's when the first transgender surgery started happening, was in the 30s. But Hitler burned all that shit to the ground and set us back like 100 years in transgender medicine. If Hitler didn't happen, transgender medicine would be way far ahead. But there was a whole bunch of like historical setback because of that. And obviously, Jewish people were very harmed by him. So, a lot of people were very harmed by that person. So, yeah, intersex is also a thing. I'm gonna block you. Yeah, we gotta debate Andy. I already know the red flags with that. That's not worth discussing. They act like they have like this they act like they have this kind of like intellectual argument, but it's not. It's not an intellectual argument at all. Let's play some 960. Let's go. All right, let's get some music jams going and play some 960. Um, yeah, I mean, intersex people, obviously it's their business. It's nobody's business but the individual. Nobody's required to state whether or not they're intersex. Now, I do think, like, obviously, if there's something very visibly different, I feel like most people, I don't think it's a requirement, but I also think most people feel more comfortable disclosing that information before they would, like, reveal their naked body to somebody or have sex with somebody, because I think sex is a very intimate and personal thing. And I don't think it's a requirement, but I think most people would probably feel more comfortable disclosing it. Certain information, but I mean, similar to trans people, it's just a different kind of situation. Honestly, after my surgery, there will be literally no difference except for the fact that I can't get pregnant. So it really should be nobody's damn business. I should feel allowed to just live my life as a woman without having to disclose to every single person I know that I'm transgender. It really should be the case. I should not have to live my life with a trans flag wrapped around my entire body everywhere I go. However, I've kind of, like I said, I kind of worked around that by kind of owning up to it and kind of owning the narrative myself, by kind of being very public on the internet, at least, and just very public in general, by talking about trans issues and stuff that I deal with very publicly. And in public, like, I've actually, since my facial surgery especially, and as I'm getting closer to my bottom surgery, I can see that, like, over time, it's going to become less and less important for me to be so strongly identified with my transgender status. I can just be a woman. I don't have to be constantly wrapped in a trans flag all the time. I shouldn't have to. Yeah, I really love Chess 960. I think it's a really good variant. I think gradually society will kind of figure it out. I think at the moment it's a really, really critical time in history. Like, for the first time in history, trans people have been able to be, at least Western history, for the first time in, like, Western history, transgender people have been able to exist publicly with less stigma, with less, like, vile stigma. And there's still very vile stigma, don't get me wrong, but at least more and more, like, there's more medical research now. Like people can research transgender medicine, not in all states, unfortunately. Some people want to go back in time to the 1930s, and they want to do what Hitler did. Some people really want to do that, and they're convinced that they're nothing like Hitler, but they're everything like Hitler, because that's literally what the Nazis did. Was they literally attacked transgender medicine in the same way that people are doing now, by saying we're degenerates and it's disgusting, it's vile, it's wrong, like going through all the motions of hate. in order to eradicate us. And they eradicated the Jewish people, and they were affected very severely. But so were gay and trans people. It's talked about, but it's not really talked about a lot, because obviously the vast majority of the people affected were the Jewish people. And I don't want to diminish that, because that is the vast center of that hateful regime. However, I think similarly, when people talk about sometimes people think that, like, just because one demographic hasn't suffered as much, that, like, it means that, like, we shouldn't be respected. And I think that's a really stupid way of looking at things. I think comparing trauma to someone is just the wrong way to do things. Yeah, have a good night. I'm actually going to kind of change the subject. I kind of want to focus on some chess now. So we're going to jam out and kind of focus on the games. Oh no! Oops, yeah, this was a mistake, obviously. This needed to defend the rook, the bishop, so I could have just started, there's really no progress. I mean, there is some progress. Honestly, I think what I could have done. This knight's gonna be really dangerous. The bishop's a lot weaker here, so I'm like really bad here. So I don't know like how I allowed such a position. I think maybe the rook lift was about. I think right here. I could have actually just traded off the rook for the knight there. And then closed it. But I think it was too early for that. I think definitely at this point, instead of moving the rook over. So I was going to try to like do stuff like this. And try to like break through. What I should have done is try to keep it closed. And maybe I could have just traded off here. And then there's no more knight to deal with. And I can just close off the files. It's a very closed position, although there's stuff that black could probably do to try to open up some files. But I think that would be the battle. Rather, you know, just sacrifice a rook for the knight. I don't know, that would open up a file, so never mind. Oh, you asked about the thing! Spooky Blumpkin, you asked about the thing! So, I created some upside down pieces, and if you want to do this yourself, you can. But what I'm using is a CSS it's called Stylish. It's a CSS editor. And basically, I made a style for this, and I can copy paste it and put it in I can put it up on a paste bin for you if you want. Basically, I made some images. I took the pieces, the C. Burnett pieces. I put them in GIMP, in Photoshop. It's a Photoshop clone. Not really a Photoshop clone. It's like an image. It's an image manipulator program. I put it in GIMP, and I rotated the pieces individually, made them into ping files. And I converted the ping files into like a string of code, and you can put it in CSS and it creates the images. So if I turn Stylish off, it'll it uses the normal pieces. You don't want your pieces upside down? Why not? It kind of changes the way you see things. But I should put it in a paste bin. Yeah, now here's the CSS. Did you have to dissect the chest? This is Lee Chest. No, I found it. I also want to do this with chess.com. I was lucky enough to find a video where the person made the template for me. That's how I learned how to do it. But I could probably do the same thing with chess.com. Like if I go to chess.com and I go to, and I just go to play a game, and I like inspect the element, and I could probably let's see. It probably uses a different way of doing the chess piece. Oh no, never mind. Yeah, it uses its own kind of set pieces. Black Queen. Yeah, it uses these. And then it, okay, yeah, and then it has the URL. So yeah, I could do the same exact thing for this. In fact, like I could just copy paste all that and make a style. Oops. Oops. And just edit that or copy paste it. Not letting me paste. What? It's not letting me paste. Oh. Yikes. Okay. Inspect. Declare property. What? No. Copy value. There we go. Background var. Okay, and then that all goes. Oop. Inspect. That all goes down, and then yeah, and so I would replace all these. I just need to make sure. And then it says, okay, and then after that last one, no repeat. Put the semicolon and then the end bracket. If I look at well, if I look at this one, yeah, okay, so I think it's a very simple, just CSS injector. So then go into here. Oops, stylish and editor. I don't think it needs the bracket then. Let me just open it. Okay. Opening it. Okay, and this is where it gets a little bit ridiculous. So that's for the black pawn. A black pawn. BP. No, it has a. They do each pawn individually. 1, 2, 3, 4. They do each pawn individually. What? Okay, yeah, there we go. I have to do that every single time. First of all, let me just see if it works before I do all of them. Oh. Yeah, not quite working. Oh, there's something wrong with the syntax here. Function or indent. Okay. Yeah, there's something going on here. I need all the other stuff. Because the CSS for chess.com works different. Why can't I just... Okay, element style. There we go. And then... Copy. Okay. And then put that into the, and let's just do this here. And then, yeah, do that again. All this data. And just put that into, let's just test one of the black pawns. And then copy paste it. Huh. Why is it categorized as the Neo pieces, though? Oh, is there might be something I'm missing. Okay. Oh. Because there might be a class for the pieces that just needs to be. I think, wait, what the var is, right? Theme piece set. Yeah, I think it's like this. Background dot theme piece set, right? And then let's just let's start with the black rook. Oh. And then just oop. URL. How do I do it? This. I think it's just dot background. Dot theme piece set. I have to do it like individually each time. I think. Let's just replace the rook with a pawn for now. Or no, black pawn. Here we go. Okay. Oh, here we go. Let's just see if we can just change the pawn first. Yeah, I'm gonna have to... We're doing it from scratch for chess.com, so it's kind of... Expected rebrace. Oh. Can you please... Kangax? I love you? It's like a kangaroo? Or Conga X? Oh god, I have to basically just scroll infinitely. Whoops! Whoops! Yeah, trying to get this to work is a bit harder, I think, than the... Here, let me Google it. How to use stylish to change pieces on chess.com. CSS. Custom chess pieces. plain JavaScript. Here's one. Oh, CSS. Oh, here we go. Yeah, here's this chessboard component. Yeah, knowing these like the little codes is what's important. Knowing the codes are important. The class names. So let me just throw this one out. Make a new one. Okay, here we go. So we don't need that's for the background board. No, that one's I think the CSS has changed. Inspect. Layout. Styles. Okay, the black palm here. I think it's as simple as this. Yeah, for example, I don't think I can just copy paste straight up the. I think it uses different. I think it uses different CSS than tags from. Yeah, it uses completely different CSS tags. Maybe it's background. Background image dot theme set what theme piece set theme piece set BP. Or just dot theme piece set BP. Just dot background. Theme piece set EP. Big fan of chess? Yeah, it is a great game. I love it. I'm trying to see if I can use stylish to use custom chess pieces. Okay, here's a YouTube video. Stylish CSS script. Here we go. It's a user style. Install style. There we go. Someone already did the work for me. This is how you do programming, by the way. You don't want to do. You only. Oh shit. You only want to do what I did. If my styles. Okay. Let's edit this. Okay. Now let's turn off the background. I don't want the same background problem. There we go. So now, yeah, piece white pawn, promotion piece white pawn. See, that's all you need. See, I didn't know those pieces. I would have had to really inspect the code a while just to figure this out. I was getting close. I just didn't have the right. I didn't have the right classes. Okay, so for this, let's just copy paste this and load it into Notepad. Let's make a new one here. Do not save that. Okay, and let's start with the black pawn that we had. Okay, and let's copy paste all this. It's a bit code or whatever, base 64 code for the image, and replace black pawn with this one. Okay, and then we go into chess.com, go into stylish, and we go to my styles, and we go to open an editor, and we go to Bing Bang preview, and it's not working. Maybe if we turn off the important thing. Person put the YouTube link in all of these. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna see if a black bishop. First, I need to just get the code to just copy paste the whole thing, so I don't have to do this differently every time. I don't think it needs the important tag. Black. Wait, was that not black bishop? That was black knight. Okay. Yeah, this is a long string of data, so it's kind of annoying. There's the black bishop. Black rook. Black queen. But I think maybe the CSS tags changed. We might have to just kind of mess around with the different inspection data. And this is the queen, the king. And then we need the knight. Ugh. BN. Nope. .bn. There we go. There we go. Dot. Here we go. White pawn. White pawn. White dot WN dot WP, I mean dot WN dot WB dot WR dot WQ dot WK. Okay. Stylish. Okay, so now I think we need to kind of inspect a little bit. theme piece set. Big fan of chess. Oh, I already read that. Okay. Is it not theme piece set? Oh, is it background dot? Okay. Oh my goodness. Theme piece set dot. Dot theme dot piece dot set dot. Oh, and the tournament's over. Oh, never mind. That's Apex the best. Okay, let's go. Well, to be continued. To be continued with trying to figure out chess.com's version of this. Jesus. Okay, let's jam out, okay, and play some chess. Hey Gakov, was that you? We're still trying to figure out the CSS code for chess.com. Let's look at the page source. Let's see, what is it used for the CSS? Pull the nav panel. Okay, here we go. Okay, so it's board dot theme p. Okay, so board. It's board. There we go. Style. Edit. Okay. Dot board. Dot theme piece. No. Dot board dot background. Theme board style image. Okay, dot theme board style image. No, dot board dot background dot theme board style image. Dot board dot background dot theme piece theme board style image. Theme board theme board style image dot theme piece set white pawn. Dot board dot background. That's for the board itself. CSS, how to declare var within a class, within an ID. Declare variable, okay, then 2 hyphens. CSS for targeting. Why not div by its class? SMEU cookie message. Okay, so it's by class. The class is board. Dot board theme piece set B. Okay. Dot board. Dot. Theme piece set. How about I just... Oh, var theme piece set white pawn. Oh. Var theme piece set white pawn. Oh yeah, comma. Okay, there we go. God damn it, I'm not getting the syntax right. Okay, dot background. CSS how to declare how to use a var in CSS file. CSS property :var. Okay, the container. Okay. Okay. I think I have an idea. Okay, so stylish. Okay. It's dot board. Background. Oh my god. Theme piece set on. Okay,
If you go to your extensions, you will see stylish. And then this one, all you guys gotta worry about is image that you want to use, and or else your relevant that you copy it in, or you want to upload. Go here. Have a to save it. Save it. Of course, that's not gonna. So you guys copying it in as well. Wipe on, copying it. And if you look, once reload us, you reload it, and
I'm wondering if that was for the previous board mode, because they changed it. Oh, is it in root? Okay, so dot root dot theme piece set white pawn. Okay. Dot root dot board dot background dot theme piece set white pawn. Oh my god. Background. Got bored. Ah! Oh my god! Classic! Inside Out by Duster? I don't know about that, man. I don't play song requests. I'm sorry, Stella, but welcome to the stream. Okay. So dot theme piece set white pond. No, not yet. Okay, so dot piece. Dot board dot piece set theme piece set white pawn. We're really close. If I do board, it does the whole board. So that we're getting close. We're getting close, but we're no cigar just yet. We have an upside down piece as the background of the board, okay? So we're getting close. Okay, so we're at board background. Dot board dot background. I think that's what it is. With the var. And then theme, piece, style, white pawn. Oh, theme piece set. I don't know how to use the var. Oh. Theme. Okay. Okay, first of all, get rid of that. Dot board. Okay, we got it. That's okay. That's that. It's not background image. It's theme piece set white pawn. Not yet. Okay. Ah! Background. What are the options here? Piece. Theme. Image. Oh, come on. Board style image. Oh. Game piece set. That board. Game piece set. Okay, so I think I need to put var in there. Okay, so var background image is var theme piece set white pawn, comma, and then the URL, and then a second one. CSS variables, local or global scope. Okay, traditional way. Okay, body. Okay, and then bar blue. And it's background, not board. Okay, background and background image. Board. Or maybe, oh! Maybe I need a second line. That's what it is. Okay, so then... I need a second line. Background. Var. Bar theme piece set. I need to put also the after things. The white pawn. I need to do one for each of those, so it's like... Okay, so URL. And then, okay, so URL and then so it's just background. Oh, okay. So, dot board, and then background, and then var theme piece set white pawn. URL. Not quite yet. Oh. Board style. No. The ID is board. The class is board. Okay, so board. Board style. Theme piece set. Oh, God. What? Does it need the end quote? Space. End quote. Semicolon. End quote. Semicolon. Okay, so that's in the dot board. This one is in dot element dot style. Okay, element. Dot element and then style. Okay. Element. Style. Okay, okay. That's in brute. Colon brute, okay. Oh. Theme. Piece. Set. Very P. What? Rich. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's try. Code's obviously changed. Oh, no, this was 9 months ago. It hasn't. Oh my goodness. Clearly not this anymore. Board layout pieces. Board layout pieces. Oh, I also need to add job board. Background image. Bar theme piece set WP. And file. Okay. How do I use the var? Theme piece set BR. Like this is in a separate div. Okay, so background, the dot board background image. Changing this dot yes. CSS class. On stylish. Maybe somebody has some different ones to kind of yeah, let's try to look for themes on stylish. Stylish themes. User styles, I mean. Chess.com. Okay, someone has pieces. Let's see if this works. Because if this works, I just edit it. What? Those pieces doesn't work at all. Okay, so this is... Let's see if this one works. It's just a king. Okay, but let's see if the code works. Let's see what's in the code. Oh god. Okay. Okay, now let's see if this works. I have to actually go back into Notepad. Okay. And let's... Yeah, let's try a different one. Yeah, let's find one that works and then edit it. Okay, this one works. So all we need to do... Oh, here we go. Yeah, root and then theme piece set WP. Okay, yeah, there we go. Oh no, this is the wrong one. Wait, what? Right, and this one even uses the same kind of... Right, so it was in root. I had the right idea with root then. And then it's literally just theme piece set and then you... There we go! We're getting it! Let's go! Hello, women. I don't know. I'm a woman. My name's Rebecca. Let's go! Success! Let's go! Let's go! Now we just have to copy paste, and that's annoying, but at least we can do it now. So it's literally just colon root, and then you put all that in a bracket, and then it's literally just theme piece set, and then each of them. Okay. So the white knight here. Okay, so I was on the right track at the beginning, I just didn't have the right syntax. Trying to use the classes is, you know, doesn't work. It might work, but I was doing that wrong. White knight. And this will be faster if I just do this in Notepad. Oh, duh. Okay, god damn it. Okay. Oh, no. Oof. Okay, just do it the slow way. Jesus Christ, dude. I don't think it works that way. Okay. I think it works better if I do it from here. Well, at least we have a path forward. Oh, there. That's a little trick. Okay. Let's just copy paste this notepad. Okay. And then I could just white knight, white bishop. Okay. Okay, at least now we just got to the annoying part. I mean, we got to the just boring, the repetitive part. Just filling in the data. White bishop and then white rook. And then white queen. White king. And then black rook. Oh, white rook. We need to look for a white rook. Oh, I already had it. Okay. So now, black pawn.
say, but you paved the way. I was unthankful to deny you, and to knew that it would be you. I lie, I cheat, I'm stuck in
Oh, fee.
my greed. I hide, I run, I betray the one who saved
No.
me. You're blinding me, bring me the night.
I can't just select what's inside of the It's easier to do it this way, unfortunately. So what did we just do? Oh, we just did the Black Rook, right? Oh, we did the Black Pawn. Okay, so now the Black Knight. Black Bishop. And then Black Rook. Ah! And then Black Queen. And Black King. And that's it. Black King. Okay, and then we copy paste. Go into stylish, turn that one off, and we do a new one. Chess.com, upside down, see Burnett. And copy paste, preview, and there we go. And we save. Oops. If I refresh, okay. Stylish. .com upside down. Oh, I had to do new. Okay, yeah. New style. Chess.com. Upside down the Burnett. How do I publish it? Chess.com. Upside down the Burnett. The pieces aren't. The pieces aren't upside down though. Okay. Error with my CSS code. How did the other person publish it then? How did the other person publish it? Almost 11. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. What? How did the other person publish it with these errors? I don't get it. How did the other person publish it with all these errors then? Well, well, at least we got it to work. That's the thing that counts. And does it work on puzzles, of course? Okay, yeah, it works everywhere. Cool. Cool. That's awesome. I finally got it to work. Oh, except all these are knights! Oh no! Oh no! I knew I didn't notice that. Oh no! Okay, I need to replace the black knights. That's about it. Because otherwise all the pawns are knights. Okay. Black pawn. God damn it. Right clicked on accident. Okay. Now here we go. Stylish. My styles. Chess.com upside down pieces. Okay. What? Didn't I put that into black pawn? Black pawn. Unless... Okay. Unless I did it on that one. And I need to do it on... black. Oh. Black pawn. There we go. Okay, and... There we go. Okay, and now what I need to do is I'll go to GitHub. And I'll make a new one. Add a repo. Stylish themes. And then okay. Chess. I mean, no. Chess.com. And add file. Chess. And then for chess. How to read me. Just copy, paste the CSS code into a new theme in stylish. And there we go. The pieces aren't upside down. There is no spoon. Okay. Okay, here we go. And now I got the stylish themes. And then, of course, let's do the preview on chess.com. And then Lichess. Okay, yeah, there we go. The pieces aren't upside down. Plot twist. Okay, I was gonna play, okay, we could totally miss the entire Chess 960 tournament. But we got an English opening rapid. Let's just play regular 5-minute blitz. I'll be right back though. Hey Sharp and Dax. What is up? How are you? I gotta get up and stretch and make some food. Okay, I'll be right back. But yeah, we're having some fun today. I got my upside down piece set on Stylish. I finally got it to work on chess.com as well. So now we have our upside down pieces that are kind of fun to play on. I'm not gonna lie, I've been wanting to have these upside down pieces for a very long time. When I first started on Twitch in like 2019, what I did in OBS was I flipped it in OBS. But the problem with that is it flips the side of the pieces as well. And it also just messes a lot of things up when you flip. I mean, it just makes it look really ugly. But what this does, it literally has the CSS code to change the pieces, but everything else stays the same. So not everything's upside down. And so it's like, I think it's fun. It's a new way of looking at the pieces. And I really like how the pawns, this almost looks like they look like actual soldiers standing up. Like the triangle part, like that's their head, right? Like it looks like that's their head and that's their body. It's kind of cool. And I think it just kind of changes the way that you like see the board. Let me fix my hair. We got some beans, the musical fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot. Okay. Now it's chess time. Let's focus. Oh. Oh, damn it. Oh, God. Can't believe I got greedy there. Yeah, for some reason, I'm just not playing correctly right now. pissing me off. Oh. I screwed that one up. I had to take the knight first. Yikes. Duh. I'm an idiot. Total moron. Absolutely negatory in the value of chess. I can't believe it. It's not butter. Killer instinct. Sorry I missed you, Sharpened Axe, for the follow. I got a little bit sidetracked. I've been working on this CSS code for chess.com. Lead chess I already had. That was just copy paste. This one for chess.com I couldn't find one that worked, and I ended up finding one, and it took me a while. So now we're back into chess, and I'm like kind of getting back in the zone here. Sorry guys, I had a phone call, so I was like, I had to talk to the person. Hey, Tink. Hi, what's up, Tink? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? We're playing some chase. Yet again. Been quite of a... I don't know, I usually get all my talking out of my system at the beginning of the stream, and then I kind of just chill and just kind of focus on chess. What do you mean? Pieces aren't upside down? What do you mean? Maybe I can open up the bishop, attack the knight. I don't know what you're tripping about with the upside down pieces. Pieces aren't upside down. You're crazy. Your eyes are upside down then. I mean, you might want to get that checked. Uh-oh! What have I done? Why did I push so early? Yikes! I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I am stupid. Now I'm even more stupid. Oh, never mind. It's not so bad now. Yeah, I've been wanting to do this with my pieces for like years. I finally found the ability to do it with an add-on called Stylish. And you can make your own styles for websites with CSS. And I had to convert. I had to take the C Burnett pieces. I downloaded the images and then I used GIMP to turn them upside down, and then I converted them to like base 24 or base 64 or whatever. And then you just like copy paste it and for each piece. And now I got upside down pieces, although they're not upside down. You're upside down. It's only our mind that thinks they're upside down. They were upside down. They were upside down before, and now they're right side up. No, a lot of work. That was actually not a lot of work. It didn't take very long. The one that took a lot of work was trying to get it to work on chess.com. It took me like an hour or more earlier on stream. Jesus fucking Christ, it took way longer on chess.com. That's about all you... That about sums up what chess.com is compared to Lichess. It was such a bigger headache trying to get it to work on chess.com. I was like trying to do it with just inspecting the element, trying to find which CSS code to use. But then I eventually found one. Somebody already made one, and then I just copy-pasted the images in. So I should have done that first. I thought I did. I thought I found... I should have just tried other people's until I... Like, what I did was I just tried other people's until they worked. And then I just replaced it with my image of the upside down ones. Although they're not upside down. They're only upside down because we're trained to think they're upside down. Okay, they're actually right side up. It's our brains playing tricks on us. It was never upside down or right side up. It was always just a thing. That's how our brains just interpret things. Yeah, the poor rook. This is a rated game, by the way. You'll get used to it. It is the same orientation. It's still White's point of POV. Yikes. I mean, would you rather I use these pieces? Some people use these. Some people use these ones. Oh, it replaces all of them with it. Some people... Oops. Some people... Some people use pieces like this one. Or some people use these ones. Okay? Or these. Or these. They're all... You can play blindfolded, basically. That's not even blindfold. You could play blindfolded, even. So, I mean, pieces are just pieces. They all mean the same thing. It doesn't really matter. Like, this is still a pawn. This is still a king. This is still a bishop. This is still a knight. This is still a rook. Kind of opens up your mind a little bit. And then maybe that kind of opens up your mind to, like, new ways of thinking about the board. You like the letter ones? I don't like the letter ones at all. Those ones are weird to me. I like these ones. These are my favorite. I like them because, like, it looks like the king is actually a queen. Like a matriarch. You have a matriarch and a queen. Because those look like boobs. So it's like woman power. She's like a king. The king is female. And the queen is a queen. No, it's not a queen, it's an octopus. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a quintupus. It's not a queen, it's a quintupus. And these aren't bishops, these are like spinning tops. And this is just a knight that's upside down. And this is like, I don't know, it's someone's house. The one above the letter? Oh, this one? The horsey one? Yeah, that's kind of cute. I mean, I don't know. To each their own. But I also got chess.com to work this way. Apparently, I played this game perfectly. Oh, it thinks I'm 1450. The knight fall with his face to the ground. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's not a knight at all. Oh shit! I can't unsee this. It looks like I'm just gonna screenshot part of it. It looks like those are two eyeballs, and its mouth is wide open. And it's like, oh, and then it like has like, and then it's like it whipped out its cock. It's a, oh, and it's like, it's like, oh my goodness! And those are the feet, like those are the legs. I don't know. And then these look like they're people. Like they're people standing up. Like it looks like that's the body and then that's its head. I always thought it was cool. Yeah, I don't know. They just look upside down. Like, but like you can kind of see they look like different things. Like they just look like their own little things. Like. Like the bishop is like a spinning top. Or like a dreidel. It's not a bishop, it's a dreidel. And it's not a queen, it's a matriarch. And it's not a queen, it's like a jester. Or it's like a quintupus. Or it's like a table with legs. With like 5 legs. And it's like a weird Among Us creature. It's like an Among Us with a boner. And then that's just someone's house. Oh, I should have taken the knight. I don't know. I don't know if holding on to the extra pawn is worth it, so. Queen takes, and then I win a bishop, so you have to take with the king. Oh! Bam! There we go. Your dog ran to the door, barking. Well, don't let anyone break into your house. That would be bad. It ran into the door? Like, ruff, 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 ah! Like, ruff, 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 ah! Ruff, 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 ruff. Ruff, 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 ruff. Like it just ran into the door. Well, not dying, just like hitting the door and like like just running into the door. I imagine like a TikTok would be existing. Tex-Mex. That's too Texan for me. My neck is really killing me today. And then I had my dance conditioning class. We really started working some muscles. Like using like this like special ball that like we rolled over our feet and like using the roller. We didn't do any yoga today. I did my own yoga. I always do my yoga every day. But we didn't do any yoga in the class, so it was like kind of... Okay. Remember, it's a rapid game, not a blitz. I gotta slow down a bit. Oh, what did it say? Mo anata wabata. I like to type in Japan, like try to come up with what I want to say in Japanese, and then try to see what it translates to. Who's the only one to thank you for saying "oh yeah" to my? Oh my god.
感謝ことには誰だけのだ。あまりに
そうそうと言ったのね。感謝ことには誰だけのだ。あまりにそうそう言ったので。そうそう言った。You have ligma disease because you my balls. Yeah, I think pushing that pawn. My baka. I am aware. Nice, got a piece. How about no? Yoink. We take those. Should put your rook right there. Oh, not anymore. I gotta retreat. Now the... Oh, and thanks you for the follows. I'm sorry I missed it. I usually miss the follows. I'm so bad at it. I'm so bad at keeping up with who follows. I don't notice it. I'm sorry, I don't notice you. You are meaningless. No, you are not meaningless. You matter. Just not really in my stream. Because I'm kind of scatterbrained, okay? And I'm focused on other things. What just happened? I think I just died. No, I don't think so. Okay, now we gotta get serious. Uh-oh. That knight is like the center of a battlefield. Oh no! Oh, never mind. I am Washington. Mr. President. Washington. Mr. President Washington. Mr. President Washington. Oh my god, what an honor. What an honor to know you, Mr. President Washington. Can you introduce me to Mr. Alexander Hamilton? Oh no! Not really. Kamiyari Koen Mai Hashujo. I'm a hacker. I have 5 firewalls. What is this conversation in the chat room? What the hell? What is going on? What is going on in the chat? What is even going on in this chat? What the hell? You're a bad person for doing that. I am holographic Charizard. Wow, and then the conversation's going to people talking about faking gender. The whole idea of faking gender, like, how do you know if somebody's faking their gender? Some people are like, I guess they pretend to be women online, but let's be real. Most likely, they're testing the waters because they're actually trans, and they don't want to admit they're trans because they don't want getting hate on the internet, which I understand. But come on, like, if anybody's faking being a girl, they're probably a girl. I think it's actually pretty transphobic to assume somebody's faking it just because they don't look female. Like, oh, clearly that person's male because they're using a female VTuber and they have a masculine voice. It's like, well, they might say they're a man and obviously respect people's gender. You know, if somebody's gonna, you know, say that they're just a man with a VTuber avatar, that's one thing. And you should just wait until someone's ready to come out. But at the same time, like, I think it's kind of weird to just assume. Like, you don't know the person. You don't know if the person is just experimenting with their gender identity. Like, you don't know that. What was Sasha doing? I was like trying to checkmate with the knights and the rooks. This is way easier than it looks like. He posted Among Us. checkmate with the knight. Let's go. Why, though? Why? Why, though? Why? Why, though? Why? Why? Why, though? Why? Why, though? Why, though? Why? 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 Oh my goodness. Just stop drink my blood, noodle box. Noodle box. Noodle box. Stop drinking my blood, Noodle. Stop drinking my blood, noodle box. Noodle box. Stop drinking my blood. Stop drinking my blood, noodle box. Noodle box. Oh, noodle box. Stop drinking my blood. Stop drinking my blood, noodle box. Noodle box. Noodle box. Stop drinking my blood, noodle box. Vindicator. 20 minutes ago. I missed it again. How did I miss it again? Somebody followed me 20 minutes ago and I didn't even notice. What is wrong with me? 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 I don't know. What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? Hey. What is this chess table? Later on! What is up with that child? Why don't why? Why don't why? Why? Why don't why? Why? I raised you since you were a little boy. I put water on your head from the ground after you turned into a little sprout. And I gave you little water on your head every day. And then you turned into what you turned into. No! No! Why? No! Why? Oh. Oh. Oh my goodness. I don't know what's going on with that chat today. I don't know. Leech's chat is always something else, honestly. Oh, it's so artistically it's so artistically accurate. Well, I'm autistic. Does that make me artistic? I don't know. I don't think it does. I don't think it does. Today's one of those days, okay? It's just one of those days. I don't even know. It's been a long day. I had class this morning, and now I'm back, and I've been online for 5.5 hours, okay? I'm going a little cuckoo. A little cray-cray. It's a technical term. What am I doing? Why did I give away my position? I was actually doing really well. And now everything's gone. It's all your fault. No, I'm just kidding. It's not your fault. But it kind of is. Well, welcome to the stream. My name's Rebecca. I have been going through like a crazy taxi. No, I've been going through a crazy time the past 4 years. Oh my fucking god. You have no idea how many things I've been through. Okay, I've been going through like a crazy medical journey that not many people go through. Okay. But I'm really thankful that, you know, I'm still recovering from a facial surgery. You might tell there's a little bit of an issue with my head. I had a facial surgery. I am transgender. The transgender agenda is for me to finally get my surgery that's coming up in a couple months. I've had a lot of shit go down. Okay, but everything's been working out. Everything's been working out. Everything's been working out really well. I was finally able to I had an orchiectomy last year, and then for about 5 months ago, at the end of March, 5 months ago, I had my facial surgery, and now my bottom surgery is happening in a couple months, and it's been quite a while of a wait. And I am just like ready for this to be over. I have been running myself ragged. I've been trying to get my life together. I've shared a lot of this on stream. I've shared all of this on stream. Let's be real. That's pretty much what my stream's about. It's like me using it as a tool to try to, you know, filter out all this shit. I lost this game entirely. I screwed it up. It was actually not doing so bad for a while, but then Yeah, right there, allowing this to happen. I actually needed to move this forward after check. I can come in here. I don't know, actually before that though, I made a couple bad decisions here. In fact, I think this is a bad choice. And maybe what I should have done instead was just move the rook back. Maybe not trade. Just move the rook back. I don't think there's enough time left in the... Oh, let's... I don't think... Well, the pairings aren't closed. English Civil War? What? Hi! Welcome. We've been online for 5.5 hours. Been a little cray-cray. Not really. It's actually pretty boring right now. Long time no see. When were you last here? March 10th? It's actually been a boring stream. Actually, nothing really happened. I did get the piece set for chess.com working though. I already had it for Lee Chess, but now I got it for chess.com. So now I have the piece set. Oh, you had a different account. Okay. Oh, and then I also need to make it for... Oh god, it would be even... I think it would be even harder for Skid versus PC because it's in tickle format. I mean, we can do... I can try to do that. Maybe tomorrow. They're not upside down! They're not upside down. Maybe your brain is upside down. Right side up to me. I can play blindfolded. Getting to be that time pretty soon. Well, you're not supposed to. The goal of blindfold chess is to basically just hold the exact position. To hold the current position. As long as you can. And not lose track. And try to develop and try to develop ways to see the board differently. It takes practice. And honestly, it's a really good way to improve your chess. Just try to visualize the board from the starting position and just try to understand the relationship between the pieces. And you always know that the bottom right square is H1 for white and the top left square is A8. You always know that. And and vice versa, like the bottom, if you're from black's point of view, the bottom right square is A8. And so you kind of just like say like, okay, the rook's on the black rook is on A8, and if I'm playing black, it's on the bottom right. And you just always kind of like split the board into like 4 different quadrants. And you have to and just try to remember which ones are dark squares and which ones are light squares. So you know that it repeats 4 times. So it's like light, dark, and then it's light, dark, light, dark. So you kind of know that it repeats. Each one of these 4 quadrants are exactly the same. It's dark, light, light, dark, light, dark, dark, light. And you know that like A, C, E, and G are all dark squares. A1, C, and then like every odd number is a dark square. So A, C, E, G, every odd number is a dark square. So 1, 3, 5, 7. And you basically just want to kind of slowly over time, like just kind of build up the idea of which squares are which, and then just understand the relationships between the pieces, that this knight's looking at the pawn on C7, that this bishop's looking at the pawn on F2, the knight's defending by the queen on D1, the F3 knight, that you've only, and then how many times you've moved each pieces. You played me before? I don't know. You basically have to keep track of how many times the pieces moved. Because then you know that if it hasn't moved for a while, then you know that it's still on F3, and you don't have to keep track of it as much. So there's like little tricks you can do to like try to remember the board in your head better, and you just add that up over time, and it's a really good mental exercise just in general, like not even for chess. Like it's really good for like improving your it's like a meditation almost. Like just close your eyes and look at an empty board even. Like just try to name every single square and whether it's a dark square or a light square. Like just say H7 is a light square. And then when you do play over the board or online on a 2D board, you'll be able to understand it a lot better because you practiced looking at it blindfolded. And it's like the scene in Queen's Gambit. I don't know if you've seen Queen's Gambit. A lot of people got into chess after that. Where she's just like looking at the ceiling and she's like imagining the pieces move. That's actually how you really get good at chess, because then you start thinking about it in your sleep. And as long as you're like continuing to think about chess, you will improve at chess. Oh, we're friends on Lichess? Are you on right now? Are you Pondini? You're Pondini? This person's a pirate. Oh, Gallant 52. From the UK. I added you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Nice to meet you, my friend. We're just hanging out playing some chess, and I'm just trying not to have an existential crisis. Those things happen sometimes. We have fun over here sometimes. I don't know, not really. Actually, yes, really. I've been feeling a little out of sorts again lately about like things. I don't want to get into it. Getting into it will just reiterate it. I want to move forward. I love who I am. I love myself and I love my body. Anderson Roberto. Yeah, after this, I'm probably gonna head out, make some popcorn and watch the Orville on Hulu. Yeah, I just followed you. You're Gallant 52. I mean, I've been live for almost 6 hours, and I had a big morning because I had my dance conditioning class. It was quite a workout. Really worked some muscles. It was basically just it's trying to like loosen up all the muscles and strengthening them so that you can support your body for like ballet and stuff and modern dance, well, any kind of dance. And that also those same kind of muscles support you in pretty much everything. It's a lot of yoga, and it's a lot of like, we got this, like, we get like tennis balls and like foam rollers and stuff like that, and we just like kind of pinpointed literally every single muscle in our legs and along our back, and we just kind of like really pushed it into it and like got every single muscle just like activated after we've been doing like a bunch of yoga. I'm not super exhausted, I'm just like, my muscles are really feeling it. So it's actually kind of refreshing because I know I'm getting stronger, and I'll be able to have more balance when I'm going to be taking a bunch of time off after surgery in a couple months. So I'm really taking the time to strengthen my body right now. To be strong. And but next year, next summer probably, I'm going to be actually pursuing like an accounting and business marketing certificate. I'm going to school I don't technically have to go to school to study for an exam, but I want to. Oh God, I'm gonna sack the exchange here. That's fine, I guess. Yeah, I'm a businesswoman. I'm self-motivated. I eventually want to start. Eventually, when I have enough capital, I want to become an entrepreneur and start some business ventures. And then start some businesses and then sell them, do some businessing, but I don't have enough capital, and so basically I'm self-employed or pursuing a career that is non-standard in the adult industry, and I think that I have a lot of potential for that industry. I'm very talented, and I have the kind of personality and the kind of sexuality for that. A lot of my sexual needs are being unmet. In that sense, in the kind of it's a very specific type of sexuality. It's a more of a performative thing, and I thrive that way, and I'm very talented at it. But I think I can make some good money with it. But also at some point I would want to retire. I could probably do that the rest of my life though. There's people who start in their when they're 68. Yeah, I think it'll work out. I already have a proof of concept. I've already made a couple $1,000s just from like a couple weekends. So I'm pretty sure I'm really talented. If I really dedicated myself and really got the right connections and really got, some things moving and got myself to LA and all that kind of stuff. And had the right people on my team. I think I could really thrive. But I might not want to do that forever. I might want to. But in the end of the day, like, I'd also like to expand beyond just what, I'd like to have some capital and start doing some business, some business ventures. And just like being able to do my own books is a good skill to begin with. And being able to understand business marketing and to be able to also be contracted to other people to do those kind of things. It's also something to do on the side because I don't always want to be doing just that. Even while I'm doing that, obviously there's probably going to be times where I have to focus just on that, but there's going to be times where I kind of want to change it up. Voice and accent. Well, I do want to pursue acting in general, and I think that like people have sometimes people have a very negative view of the adult industry, but it's like it's no different than like any other industry. And also like a lot of people in Hollywood especially got started in adult film. So it's like it's not like it's performance. And it gives you this confidence that I don't think any other art form can. And you're also making people very happy. So there's that. And it's like people always talk about how they want to make a difference. And then there's things that actually make a very direct impact on people. And pornography is actually very impactful on people. It can leave a really healthy it's double-edged sword. Some people have a very unhealthy connection with it. But I think for the most part, if people can actually like exercise their sexuality in a way that it is really healthy to take care of. And I think a lot of people aren't really able to exercise most of their sexual needs, and I think that it's like a very, very healthy thing to do. And for me, like, I have a lot of needs that are unmet, revolving around that. Oops, god damn it. Yeah, I'm out of here. This is if you're interested in using those, by the way, you can look at my GitHub. I think I might have a command. GitHub? Oh, not GeoThub. Geodude. I think I have my GitHub. No, github.com/Rebecca Lauren. I have stylish themes. Yeah, there it is. And pin it. The stylish themes. And all you gotta do is go into Lichess and copy this. And you need to get a Chrome extension called Stylish. And you need to go into the editor and go to domains lichess.org. Like for example, you go into extensions, stylish, editor, and for lichess.org you just copy paste that, and it should work. And then you can save it. And I also have one for chess.com. Yeah, some people might want to use it, so it's like one of those things. But yeah, I'm gonna like I'm gonna call it a day. I'm working on some things off stream. I have a new project I want to do. I have a bunch of reading to do and a lot of reflection. But I do want to make a video essay about how to recover from trauma and use Berserk as a kind of as an example, and kind of compare some things to what Guts goes through, because the entire story starts out with him going through some severe childhood trauma, like absolute evil, and the rest of the story follows through that. You know, basically it shapes who he is for the rest of his life. And I feel like, you know, like there's only so many things. Sometimes we have to just accept that we can't change, like, you know, the reality that we live in. We have to just kind of work with what we got. And it's like, you can either choose to be destructive or to try to control people. You know, like Griffith. Griffith has all this ambition. And then, like, he ends up using his everything as, like, some kind of, like some control over everything, and like it becomes this like really big problem. But Guts decides that instead of becoming the problem, he already knows he is a problem, but at least like he can do something to protect people. And I think that's the difference, is like Griffith is like trying to protect people by playing some giant chess game of like, oh, if I control everything, I can really have power. But then he becomes the evil, and like, I don't really know. I need to reread Berserk as well. It's like, I didn't even finish. Well, it's not finished. But apparently, the editors are actually going to finish it because Kentaro Miura. It was already planned because Kentaro Miura had really bad health for a while. I want to catch up because I haven't read it since I think like a very, very long time ago. I think like 2007 or something like that. Maybe even I think like 2000. I think like 2006 was like the last time I read Berserk. Just be who you want to be. Yeah, I mean that's kind of how it is. Like the trauma doesn't really shape us. People want you to like be who you are. I mean, be who they want you to be, because like they're saying, oh well, you know, you're traumatized, and then I want you to be this way, because you know, like the people who I don't know, like. You just kind of have to let yourself be. And like I think it's like one of those things where like I really want to make a video essay about this in order to process a lot of the trauma I've gone through, because I can, you know, I actually this morning I had a big trigger event with my trauma yesterday, and it's very complicated, and a lot of it revolves around extreme gender dysphoria, but the gender dysphoria itself is rooted in some trauma. And I was like, you know, I get to this like pit of despair feeling, but you just have to kind of wait it out. And I did cry a lot, and I talked to my mom, and I just meditated a lot, and I tried to breathe through it, and then I slept. And then I woke up and I played Guts' theme. You know, sometimes I think that, you know, we just kind of need to reflect, because Guts is like the Guts is like the he is like a metaphor for childhood trauma. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like we can all like learn from what Guts has gone through, because he goes through hell, literally. And we all do this. We blame ourselves. Like, we blame ourselves for the things that happen to us, for the things that we've done. But I think in the end of the day, it just is what it is. You know, like, you have this reality you live in. And Guts decided to just pick up a sword and use the things that have shaped him into the monster that he became. And instead of becoming an evil monster, you know, all monsters are evil, and we're all monsters. But he decided to try to protect those from becoming him. Because so many people fall victim to evil and then become evil. And so he dedicated his entire life to using his strength in order to protect people. It's really sad. There's no happy ending in life. We all die. And I think, you know, like, trying to process this kind of stuff really helps me through my therapy as well. I have been trying my best to try to overcome all the trauma in my life. And there's continuing to be trauma as well. And I think, like, we can just, like, become crushed by it. Or we can use our strengths to try to at least help some people. I think some people might be just inherently evil, but I really don't think that we're born evil. I really think that bad things happen to us, and then we allow ourselves to let that shape us. But you have to stay strong. You can't let the things that happen to you decide how you live the rest of your life. You can't let the things that have happened to you shape you into the monster that you've been trying to avoid. The monster that created the initial trauma that you experience. And you have two choices, even if you make a mistake too. We all make mistakes. You're finally employed? Way to go, Twice Slicer. Yeah, I think it's really hard not to, like, let people shape you. I think that's actually just... I think also, like, letting go of the need to be an individual can actually free you, ironically, to actually being an individual. Because I think when we try to fight so hard against what's normal or what's mainstream, we actually become like this muddied version of ourselves where we're trying so hard not to be what other people are trying to make us that we end up like becoming a different version of what that would be. And I think you just really have to just open up and just say, who am I? Like, what am I doing? Like, why am I talking to the camera right now? And it's because that's who I am. I'm the kind of person who, even if nobody was watching, I would be talking to the camera right now. Because that's how I process things. A whole year? And I don't know, I think especially you know, there's a bunch of different industries that, and you know, there's like a career side of things. You really do have to kind of play the part. And especially as an entertainer, you really do have to like kind of allow yourself to mold into something. I think the difference is that it's a mold. You're not becoming the thing. You're molding into it, and that is and that implies that you can change molds. That you're like this like kind of amorphous thing, and that is who you are. Don't let yourself become the thing that you're molding into. And I think that's where people get like huge mental health problems, is when they're in the entertainment industry and they allow themselves to become what everything like was supposed to be. And like what the image that they're supposed to have. It's like, no, you don't have to have any image. You could just sit down, scratch your ass, and play World of Warcraft. You know, like, as long, in the end of the day, as long as you know how to put the makeup on and how to perform, nobody cares. And maybe some people care, but I don't really think those people care. Oh, thanks to the follow, English Civil War. I don't always notice the follow. It's happened 3 times today. No, 4 times. 4 people followed today, and yours, the only reason I saw it was because you said so. I think what happens is people get it in their head that like they have to be a certain way, and I understand. Because, I mean, look at me. I've been at the bottom of the social ladder my entire life. And it's because I fought back against, like, what people wanted me to be. But in the end of the day, I'm going to get the last laugh. And also, I don't think it's a zero-sum game either. But if there's all these people who wanted me to fail, and people who wanted me to conform to what they thought I was supposed to be, they're all going to be stuck where they're at for the rest of their lives, most likely. I would rather they build themselves up, but they're most likely never going to leave that bottom of the barrel mentality where they think that like, oh, well, Rebecca didn't do all that, you know, like, and like, this is kind of proof, like right now, and like, maybe at this exact moment, my life and my career is not where it needs to be. But I know in my heart who I am. I have never wavered from who I am. And that scales. Okay? Because if I can make success with who I am, then nobody can ever take that away from me. And I know I can take a page from every content creator's book, and I use Twitch as an example, and the Twitch sphere. They're not always on Twitch. I can use people who are creators in the space as an example because that's who I pay attention to. I can pull that one from Trainwreck. Okay, Trainwreck talked about how, like, all this fake bullshit he talks about, he kind of goes on rants about that a lot. I don't really like that. It just kind of goes in circles. But he does have a point. Is that if you are authentic to yourself and you can build something organically from that, that shit lasts forever. Even after you die. So if you sacrifice that for some kind of temporary, like, gain, like monetary or popularity or whatever, as soon as that popularity is gone, as soon as somebody else takes your place, somebody more popular, somebody more attractive, somebody like who's more talented in that area, you're going to fall. And obviously there's always going to be people who support you, and that's where you're going to realize that. Is you might have like 30,000 concurrent viewers, and then something happens where you lose like all of them, and then 10 people stick by you. Those 10 people are the people you need to be looking for. Those are the people you should have been looking for all along. And yeah, like, I'm kind of an example of how rough it is. And not everybody shows all this. Not everybody shows this process. I kind of donated myself to science. Like these past 4 years, and I'm transgender, so I have to overcome like this other thing. It's like impossible. But, you know, it's like I've literally documented the whole process. And as I push myself out of this, people are going to be able to learn from my experience for the rest of time. So I need to stay the course. And I like what Asmongold says about being your own North Star. Because that's all anybody can be. It's like people are saying, oh, you know, you have to dress this way. You have to look this way. And yeah, maybe when you're in a specific environment at that specific moment for an entertainment gig, then it's like, that's wardrobe. That's something that you can get behind. That's something that's part of the process. That's not who you are. Like, when you put on makeup, when you play a character, when you play a part, or when you perform in any capacity, that is not you. That is channeled through you. And if you aren't centered, then your performance will suffer because it's all an imitation. You have to be able to be our authentic self, to be an empty vessel, so that the performance can like come out unfiltered. And when you're authentic to yourself, your performances are even more authentic, even though they're fake. And people might think they're fake. They have no idea what they're talking about. Performance and acting and dance and any kind of performance, really, it's something beautiful, and it's not fake. It's not pretending. It's being. There was an agent I watched on YouTube. I forgot her name already. But she was talking about how acting is not pretending. Acting is becoming. Acting is being. When you play a person who is, going through a process in their life, you are that person while you're doing that performance. But you are you as that person. You aren't somebody else as that person. It's not some puppet. It's literally you, but if you were that person. And I think, like, moving forward, as long as you keep that mindset inside of your head, then you can literally play any role. You can perform under any medium. As long as you have in your heart who you are and you never waver from that, nobody can stop you. And I have to believe in that because I've spent my whole entire life under that pretense. Okay, it's not like a sinking ship kind of thing. I know this is true because everybody I know who's successful, especially and everybody I've listened to who has been successful, ends up figuring this out at some point. Even if they didn't figure it out at the start of their career, they figure it out later. Oh, I try to keep that frown upside down because the existential dread really gets to me. Yeah, I think I'm going to do just fine. I just need a couple different resources. I need a couple different people on my team. And that's going to take time because I literally have like a life-changing surgery that completely changes like everything. But it also it's going to be normal. Like switching a body part that has brought me extreme pain for my entire life into something beautiful where I can finally love my body to the fullest extent in order to be a performer. Because right now I've made a few $1,000s, in doing adult work out of a few weekends out of the past 2 years. Okay, a few $1,000s. One of my viewers gave me $1,000 total. The single person, okay? So I can get 10 people like that. That's $10,000. I'm 35. In the industry, there are women who started in their 70s. So it's an industry that a lot of people have a lot of preconceived notions about. A lot of people seem to think that if you're past 30, your career's over, but you're just getting started when you're 30s. When you're in your 30 to 35, it's all basically the same age. And I'm getting to a point where I'm finally going to be able to move forward. And 60's pretty damn young, honestly. I'm doing many things to take care of my health as well. I'm doing yoga, I'm eating right, taking care of my diabetes. I'm taking care of my mental health. Everything is in place. And I can't ever distrust that. Because I know it might not seem okay right now, but 5 years from now, when things are more in place, it's gonna all make sense. And I'm gonna wonder why I ever doubted myself in the first place. But it's hard to know that now. But it's you kind of have to trust that things are gonna work out, because you may not have the exact answers you have, but you're putting them into place, and you're going to find the people who do have the answers, and you're going to stumble around and find the answer yourself. And the worst thing you can do is give up on yourself. The worst thing you can do is go on autopilot. The worst thing you can do is start going into destructive behaviors. I've seen so many people reach their 60s an absolute train wreck. Alcoholism has brought their body into absolute terrible condition. Relationship problems. Just working the same job, never standing up for themselves, never pushing themselves, never doing what they know they needed to do. And 60 is still not too late. Some people never figure it out at all, but some people, you still have time. And 60, 70, that's like kind of like there's health concerns. But, it's like, I'm one of the lucky ones. I kind of like figured it out. And it's not together right now. I'm still in a mess. Like, I'm living in like poverty. I'm in the negative in my bank account right now. And I thought that I paused those subscriptions, but I only paused them till this month, I guess. So like I had some subscriptions that like randomly charged and I didn't realize, and it went into negative. But I get paid in a few days. Yeah, I can, you can still become a FIDE title chess player. Some people, there have been people who even became a grandmaster at 60. And I think the wrong mindset to have is that I want to achieve X in Y amount of time. I think that's the wrong mindset. I think you should set your goals on, I want to become today. I want to do my best to move my chess goals forward. I want to do, and today I did my chess puzzles. I played some games and I looked at them at where I went wrong. Even though they were faster games, afterwards I looked at them and said, okay, where did I make the mistake? It's those daily processes. When you think that way, eventually the things happen. And everywhere in life, like when I started thinking that way in my life, where I'm saying okay, I need to stop thinking about goals. I need to set these big, giant kind of overarching goals and then just kind of know that I'm heading towards them. And I can figure out the specifics as I get more information. But I'm not going to get that information if I'm frozen at the beginning trying to find the perfect way. And so basically, if you know that every single day you're doing the things that will help you improve as a chess player, and some of those include tactics, some of those include playing longer games, some of those include going to actual over-the-board tournaments. And then there's there's sub-processes within those things. Like when you go to a tournament, what's your mindset? What are you doing to prepare for the tournament? What are you doing in between rounds? Are you sitting there on your phone, or are you sitting down really meditating, clearing your head? Are you focused 100% on being in the present? And being in the present doesn't mean you're on edge. Being on the present just means you notice that you're breathing. It's really not something that you have to try to do. It's something that you have to just notice that it's there. You have to be mindful. Mindfulness is not this dedicated thing. People talk about meditation and all that kind of stuff. Meditation can happen in 10 seconds. Less than 10 seconds. You can meditate for 5 seconds. And all it takes is just being mindful of everything that's happening around you. Every single thing you have to be in the present, and you have to notice what's happening without judgment. And eventually your ego does kick in. It's there for a reason. And I really do see the ego as something, people sometimes try to get rid of their ego. It's important to have an ego, because without an ego, you never see yourself enough to notice that you need to make a change. And I think ego is like your hand coming down to the piece to move it in chess. Like in chess, there's like an imaginary floating hand that comes to move the pawn forward. Because that's the ego. That's what the ego's for. It's there to have a sense of yourself in relation to the world around you. And if you don't pay attention to your ego, then you'll allow the environment to control you. And when the environment controls you, you're at the whim of like whatever the environment tells you to do. So when you allow your ego to work for you, and you can like strategically pinpoint very specific things that you can do to put you from point A to point B. And during the whole thing, you're going to be mindful and meditate with in order to like kind of calm that ego. The ego always is going to come back. And the reason we meditate is because it's actually very difficult to get rid of the ego without doing that. Because if we meditate, we're basically putting that on pause. And as soon as we stop meditating, the ego comes back. So you don't have to worry about losing it. Okay? Our natural state is ego. But it doesn't mean that ego is bad. It means that like when we meditate, we're allowing ourselves to recharge our ego. Because our ego gets stuck and it goes in circles. And when we meditate, it kind of just like turns into like this giant cloud and it just kind of dissipates. Yeah, 6-round one-day tournaments are tough. That's tough. Those are 4-hour games each if you're using your clock. If both players are using their clock, that's 4 times. That's 6-round one-day tournaments. That's a 24-hour tournament. Each game is going to be 4 hours. What? Or are they shorter time controls? Oh, rapid. I didn't see the rapid part. Rapid. Rapid is 30 minutes. Isn't that actually considered classical? I guess online it's considered classical. Okay, so an hour, so that's 6 hours. Okay. And that's assuming everyone uses all their time. But usually they space out the rounds, allowing for people to use all their time. So it's like that's 6 hours. Yeah, if those were 2-hour games, that would be 24 hours. Not everybody uses all their time, but you can use that to your advantage. If you use your time correctly, it's really good. I'm not in a position to be able to go to OTB right now. It's too much money, and I'm in a preparation stage to get into surgery. So like next year, in the summer, and in the fall, well, I'm gonna start pursuing that accounting and business certificate program, and I'm gonna continue to do dance, and possibly even theater. I'm just going to slowly allow myself to kind of acclimate to it. I'm not going to, the way I did the music program, and everything I learned in the music program carries over. And everything I learned in dance and theater also comes back to music. It's all connected. It's not like one is isolated, the other one. It's not like you're just working on one thing, and when you're not doing that, it's not working on another. They're all interconnected. So when I'm working on dance, it's using everything that I've learned through my discipline in music. A lifetime of discipline in music. Yeah, 30 person per player, but that's going to be an hour because whenever you make a move, it pauses your clock. And if both of you use all your time, that's an hour. So you have to multiply it by 2 to know how long the game can potentially be. I don't know why that was so difficult for me to calculate. It's like chess player math. Chess players are not good at math. We're good at like looking at patterns. I'm kind of like I'm like mapping out the next 5 years of my life right now. right now I'm on I'm on year 4 of I'm on year 4. I'm almost finished with the 4th year of my previous 5-year plan. Top 10 chess players, I don't know. Oh god. He's like a soccer player. Like I've been like going through like a really difficult process these past 4 years, and so I have like one more year left basically because I have a surgery and then I have the following recovery and then the transition into the next 5-year plan. So I've been on hormones for 4 years. I had orchiectomy, which greatly reduced my testosterone and made things a lot easier and more comfortable down there. Like I can ride a bike without anything bouncing on it. In agony. Okay. I had facial surgery, which was like 5 months ago. And I'm still recovering from that, honestly. It takes like a year for everything to kind of settle in. Like right here, it's the nerve endings are all dead. They kind of tingle, but basically like everything is like all the tissue is kind of settling in and growing in, like kind of, nerve endings are growing back. Scar tissue is still like from the forehead advancement, like the scar tissue is still there. The hair is all still separated because of the scar tissue and all that. Everything's kind of just going to come into itself. Yeah, acquire currency. That's always good. That's always a good 5-year plan. Just acquire currency. In the end of the day, if you acquire currency, you're good. But I mean, there's other plans besides financial plans. There's spiritual plans. There's like medical plans. There's, in my case, the medical plans are a part of my spiritual plans. Living my life as a healthy, strong woman, and with the body that I need, with with the health that I need, with the attractiveness I personally need. I do desire to be attractive. Okay, I've always been considered attractive, even as a male. When I was considered a male, I was considered pretty attractive. I've always been told that I should be a model my entire life, so I'm pursuing that over time. You're gonna be a barge boy? Yeah, take care, English Civil War. I'm just kind of really, it's a mix between like some kind of existential crisis that I've been going through lately and a huge depression and a big wave of gender dysphoria happened from a trigger event 2 days ago. I mean yesterday actually. No, 2 days ago. And no, yeah, yesterday. And so I've mostly just been trying to like try to keep some perspective and understand that, like, yeah, nothing's going to change the fact that I was assigned a male at birth. I was going to say an assigned Marvel at birth. What's your thoughts on those Marvel movies? I like the MCU. It's really good. Um, there's no reality that there's no changing the fact that I'm assigned male at birth. It really doesn't matter in effect. Although sometimes I really feel it. Like I really feel like a very negative feeling based on it, even though it doesn't determine who I am. It's literally just a DNA. It's literally just a DNA strand of a chromosome. That's all that it means. It literally has no bearing on my current life. But it's like weighing me down like this giant freaking Cthulhu monster. And I don't think it's ever going to go away. But the surgery is going to really help. I think a lot of things are going to, I mean, I've had to do a lot of personal work and spiritual work on my own, and nothing is going to substitute for the surgery though. And also the surgery doesn't substitute for the spiritual work either. The spiritual work still has to happen. Like if you get the surgery, that takes care of like some like, that's like a surface level thing. It's a very important surface level thing. because without it, I can never really do the meaningful work to get to the deepest levels of my spirituality. Because these past 4 years have been the most spiritual and closest to God I have ever been. I think of thinking of it like a goal is the wrong way to look at it. Just like looking at like chess titles. You shouldn't be thinking of like, I want to become an IM or I want to become a GM. You should be thinking of, I want to have a daily routine and habit and like maybe a rest day, where I am doing things on a regular basis to move towards chess improvement and just have this process oriented thinking. But I think the spirituality is similar because it's a process, and being able to understand who you are in relation to the universe and being able to understand like what you want to put out into the universe and what you truly know yourself to be and what you can do to be closer to that rather than steer away from that. And for me, a huge part of it is my personal identity. And some people will say that's narcissistic. Some people will say that's the ego. But I think it's the opposite of that. I think by allowing yourself to become the best version of yourself, you don't need the ego to work as hard. Because you just have it by default. And you could let your ego rest and allow yourself to just be. And I've been noticing that every surgery that I've had, and the longer that I've gone on hormones, the longer I've been able to just ease into my identity and my life. You're trying to become a barge. I don't know why I laughed. It just sounds really funny. What's a bargeman? A person who has charge of or works out a barge. That's a pretty cool job. I mean, it's a daily thing. You're gonna make. You're gonna have a. I mean, you're. There's always something. There's always work to do. Someone who operates or works on a barge. A barge is a long, flat-bottomed boat used for carrying heavy objects or for use on canals. That'd be pretty cool. Like you get to be on like a vessel. I don't know why. I'm sorry for laughing. I'm just like, it just sounds really funny that you're like there. You're so enthusiastic about being a bargeman. But I mean, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you. I mean, no, seriously though, I don't want to yuck your yum. I mean, I don't want to be a barge worker, a barge person, a bargeman. But like, I don't know why it just sounded really funny. Like when you say like, I don't know why. It just sounded really funny. At the moment, I'm permanently disabled, but over time, in a long-term scenario, I am pursuing the adult industry. So stay tuned. I'm gonna be on like the cover of magazines and stuff eventually. I know like people laugh now. You know, I'm also like trying to I'm gonna break through a few glass ceilings. First of all, I'm getting a little older, so there's that one. I'm also transgender, so there's that one. I guess in the adult industry, like women are kind of like, you know, it's like that's the one of the few industries where it's flipped around, where like women are more prominent. So like I guess that's not a glass ceiling, but I am transgender, and that's a body type that even after surgery, it's a body type that's not as considered historically sought after, but it is. There's a huge viewership base for trans feminine bodies, and that includes post-op. Argyll, Scotland. Well, I hope I pronounced that right. Argyll, Scotland. Argyll, Scotland. But why don't you blow it up your arse? Okay, and give me something to talk about. I don't know, is that a good Scottish accent? I don't know. Blow it out your arse. Argyll, Scotland. Okay. I'm gonna head out because I'm tired and we're streaming for 6.5 hours. Okay, and I'm done talking about myself. Okay, it's time to move on. Okay? Bye-bye.